Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, May Day, May the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, Starkey. So in our main room, and Pepe, thank you very much in our YouTube room. Thanks, guys. Okay, guys, so you guys in both rooms can hear me, see my screen. Well, first thing I saw was AKAN not giving it up yet at all. Wow. Up another 27%. Had a little pull. The pullback wasn't as much as I thought it was. I last time I looked, it was down around $30. So it must have rallied a little bit towards the end of the day. Got back up to 48. High yesterday was 54, and now we're at $62. Okay, this is 533,000 in the float. Guys, keep an eye on this one. Where is it? Disappeared. Well, it's AIOS. Why would you want to watch this one? Well, look at the float, guys. I mean, it's nonsensical. 100, what we have anyway, 195,000 shares in the float. Hasn't traded much yet. Okay, 226,000. It's up 12%. I don't think I've really seen this one before. China stock, but with that silly float, anything could happen. So, gotta watch this one. It's underneath the VWAP, AIOS, underneath the VWAP. That may be the record for a low float. I don't know. I think might have seen one in like double digits, but 195,000 shares in the float. And a howdy to you too in our Isaiah in our YouTube room. So that is AIOS Q. So three pieces of news today for Q. New CEO, new license agreement, and a $30 million private placement. That is for Q. With a really low float, 4.2 million in the float. Q as in CUE. Morning, Ozzy and others. And for Q, now yeah. So they've done a bunch of reverse splits. You can see that because look at the position in the lifetime range, way down in the bottom. See a monthly chart. What does it look like? Yeah. Anyway, Q's on the move, guys. New CEO, licensing agreement, and raising money. ESPR looks like a buyout. Yep, there it is. Okay, jumps at a $1.1 billion buyout. And we got a ton of shares in the float for a $3 stock, 255 million, excuse me, in the float. So that is the reason. So that just flatlining. You can always generally, that something's a buyout when something flatlines. Reddit. Now, I may try to do this one, guys. Reddit. This is two times. So Reddit, the stock, must be up at least 13%. Let's take a look at Reddit, the stock, RDT, DDT. And this is an earnings play, I believe. RDDT is an earnings play. Yes, it is. So about 13%. Big move for it. Getting rid of all this. So if you thought Reddit was going to continue, you could buy this. So if it's pulling back and maybe a bounce, you could buy this, RDTL. You'll get two times the move. But remember, if it moves down, you'll get two times the loss too when it moves down. LABT had some news. Good, interesting. Lead candidate in foot ulcers shows efficacy. Okay. Phase. Low float, 3.8 million in the float. A lot of volume already, 21 million. CERS, excuse me, CERS. Going to see if there's any news other than BTIG raising to a buy from neutral with a price target of 4. I don't know if there's any other news on this one. Snow says Beyond Meat. Okay, what's happening with Beyond Meat? BYND. Yeah, a lot of volume, but yeah, it's up 13%. Okay, yes, buy it. Looking up on a daily chart is 126. Use it for this one moving. GMC, the metals company, are trading higher after the company announced that NOAA determined that the metals company, U.S. consolidated application for an exploration license and commercial recovery permit is in full compliance. All right, that's the news for TMC. Look at Q, guys. Q, the float in Q. Yeah, it's very low float. 4 million in the float. Q. Yeah, Q on the move. So it's taken up that high in the daily chart now. I remember you had that one a long time ago, William, in the dollar, but I think they must have done reverse splits, right? Otherwise, you'd still be in it. Maybe. You mean the cold fusion stock? Is that what you mean? The cold fusion? They didn't do reverse splits, really. Because I remember when you had no reverse splits. Wow. Well, for some reason, I thought this was higher. Well, but I remember when this was around a dollar. Yeah. For some reason, I thought they had done I guess they did not do a reverse split, not the death vote. Okay, let's take a look at some of the other team guys. Just looking at some of the other earnings plays. Team is an earnings play, starting to drift down. Team is an earnings play. And Roblox is an earnings play, and it is drifting down. Not drifting down, it's got hammered down 24%. RBLX, earnings play, moving down. A lot of earnings plays. This is a little earnings play. This CERS. This is an earnings play also. Oh, okay. That was the reason. Okay. I thought the only reason was because of BTIG. But no, it's an earnings play. Give me one moment, guys. Just rearranging something. Yeah, so this is actually an earnings play. Plus, BTIG analyst has raised their price target to $4. For the CERS, big float, 193 million in the float. Do I still have? Yes, I do. I don't think I do. I don't think I got rid of it. NVO. Yeah, there it is, William. 4045 right there, that blue line on my chart. Another earnings play, guys, 5.9. FIVN is another earnings play. This is getting right into the, getting close to the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average for this is 2082. You can see that little blue line right there in my daily chart. Maybe if you can't see it, that is the number though, 2082. So it's getting close. Will that act as resistance? Morning, Shah. Did Apple have earnings? Excuse me. Did Apple have earnings yesterday? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Good move. Not as dramatic as some of the other larger cap stocks, but still 3% move for Apple. Looking at the market's in for a nice, modest little gap, 2.6 on the SPY, $2.60 on the SPY. All right, so I don't think I've seen this one before. 10 League International Holdings. I'm wondering if they've completely changed what they do, because it says here that they sell, rent, and maintain construction equipment. So let's take a look at this. I mean, was this really trading back here? Yeah, I thought maybe there was a but maybe they stopped trading as TLIH, and then somehow that another company normally that symbol, but nope, it was trading yesterday, April 30th. I don't know what's going on in this one. Yeah, I read a little report on SanDisk. Killed earnings, yeah. Must be an ETF for that. Killed it, but down. Look at that. Killed it, but down. Didn't kill enough. Target raised to $1,800 from $1,400 at Cantor Fitzgerald. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's down 42, down 3.9%. Yeah, would that I had held it, PJ and KAN. Craziness. It's just crazy. Estee Lauder actually is a earnings play also, guys. So the volume, pretty good volume. Big float. That's a big move. Big move for a company with 246 million in the float. That's a big move, 11%. This is an earnings play for EL. The next high looking left is $91. Boy, there's room. There is room for EL. $85 right now. And when I say room, all I'm doing, I'm just looking left to see where the next high is. If I can't see it on the daily chart, I look on the weekly chart. And if I can't see it on a weekly chart, I look at my monthly chart, which is hidden right now by this. TWO was moving also, guys. I thought it might have been an earnings play, but it is not an earnings play. It's modestly up 6%, pretty good float, 103 million. I see. Okay, it's in play. UWMC raising bid for two harvests at $12 per share in cash and stock. Nope, just in cash. Okay, So UWMC is wanting to buy these guys, $12 a share. If you're wondering why is it over 12, well, maybe there'll be a competitive bid coming in. What is UWMC doing? UWMC, UWMC is doing nothing. Interesting. Thank you, William. So SNDU, let's take a look at SNDU and the price of it. Yeah, $56, obviously a little easier than over 1,000. So if we think that Sandex is going to actually rally, everything looked pretty good. That was down for the day, down 3%, but this is down 7%. Remember, this is so if you thought Sandex was going to rally, SNDK, you could buy this. And right now, the spread isn't great. I'm not saying to buy it now. I'm just potentially looking at it. Once the market opens, the 9:30 open. But then again, if you thought it was going to continue down, so this does so okay, more power to them. They do have a short, and it's a lot of volume. A lot of volume, 741,000. Yeah, you're right, William. When Micron had their massive beat, it sold off hard, didn't it? And that was take a look at Micron. Last time it had earnings, you can look at a monthly chart, really. Yeah, so last month Micron had earnings and it got to an all-time high up here, and then it sold off all month, really, at up to $467. Sold off, closed the month down at 334, and then look at this, amazing, isn't it? All-time high again. Well, big, not quite an all-time high. So yeah, so maybe Sandy's, maybe it does the same. All right, 917. Let's do a quick peek at the sectors and see what's happening. Okay, so these are some of the major sectors, guys. So here's silver. Silver's leading the charge. 63% of these sectors in this list are up from yesterday's close. 36 down. We know what's going to be down, don't we? Well, I wouldn't have predicted SMH, but XLE and actually gold, interesting, down a little bit. XLE energy, a little bit down, nothing dramatic. So this is a glimpse at some of the major sectors before the 9:30 open. So silver is the top sector right now, up 1.4% from yesterday's close. Well, AKN is forcing me to look. So it's underneath the VWAP. Interesting. Complete and utter disconnect. It's a cannabis play, guys. Remember what happened a few days ago? The cannabis plays popped, but this one, this AKAN, just kept moving higher and higher and higher. Why? Look at the float. 500,000 in the float. It just became a trading vehicle. It had a complete disconnect from why it popped the first time, in my opinion, anyway. And no shorts available. This contract will be available for short sale if they can be located. That chance. And if they could be located, almost 1,000% fee rate. All right, guys. Well, there's the Roblox. How about Summit? Is this an earnings play also? No, Summit is not an earnings play. SMMT, not an earnings play. Moving down though for some reason, pretty low. The company reported. Okay, is this preliminary or is this truly their? Well, okay, I guess this is not preliminary. We have them that they're going to be releasing May 7th, but I guess they released today. So that is Summit, SMMT. Boy, a lot of things to look at. This is an earnings play, guys. BAFN is an earnings play, a cheap one, Bayfirst Financial. Also, they raises $80 million, naming a new CEO. Looks like this is an earnings play, because we have it as an earnings play. Yes, it is an earnings play. So it's an earnings play, new CEO, which is not helping yet, and they're raising money. So BAN, basically, not quite a lifetime low. Thank you, L2Ru, in our YouTube room. Always putting a like. I should always say, okay, what's the sequence, William? Like, when you're trying to heart, like, what's that sequence again? Like, subscribe, and follow. Thank you. Okay, there you go. Okay, guys. Now here's Reddit. Okay, RDTL, the ETF, the two-time ETF, through the VWAP now, through the VWAP. Okay, so Reddit is basically the stock is up almost 15%. Now it is up 15%, and we're now just at two timers. So this, you're going to get double the move. So if Reddit. I want to see what Reddit looks like with respect to the VWAP. Should be about the same. Yes, it is. Look at that. Okay, so we can definitely count on the VWAP as being a support and resistance on these ETFs so far, anyway, from what I've seen, compared to the stock itself. FG3K. Now, if my memory serves me right, you are from España, right? I think you said you popped in yesterday and you're from Spain. So that would be a buenos dias to you. Okay, guys, let's see now. Anything else sneaking in here in the top six? Okay, let's see some of the ones that have won races so far. So there's Zeta. Zeta, Z-E-T-A is won a race. It's an earnings play. Okay, Zeta's an earnings play, actually. Okay, so Z-E-T-A is an earnings play. Doesn't look very nice on a 5-minute chart, very choppy looking. So what's the SPY doing, guys? So as we speak, anyway, the SPY is trying to hold the VWAP right here. There's that purple line, that's the VWAP. Of course, now we don't count all-time highs pre-market, but we did. That's an all-time high, of course, for the SPY. Weave is an earning. Well, it's not very much volume yet, but Weave is also an earnings play. WEAV. This is also an earnings play. And by the way, if you're wondering what I'm talking about when I say an earnings play, any company that released earnings after hours yesterday or pre-market play now is what I consider an earnings play. Those stocks will be active most of the day. Saidu, haven't seen Saidu for a while. Space one of the the space stocks have sort of lost their luster for a while anyway. This one certainly. SIDU. What's Lunar doing? LUNR. Not bad. Has that? Saidu definitely more so than Lunar. Lunar is kind of holding its own. Okay, so this LABT, let's take a closer look at this because there is room, right? I mean, look at the room it's got on a daily chart. We're at 415 right now, and the next high looking left is almost $6. So, I mean, there's that. There's room over the VWAP. That's some news. Positive antimicrobial resistance data for diabetic foot ulcer drug. Okay. Guys, it looks like SanDisk is starting, the SNDU starting to run a little bit now. Again, this is an earnings play. Yeah, so SanDisk is starting to, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I am wrong. That is not right. Or am I? Did you did say SNDU, right, William, as a two-time for SanDisk? Usually it says the stock up here. Actually, Roblox is having a pop, but very, Very choppy right now, RBLX. All right, guys. Whoop. It caught up to me here, guys. Okay, so the market just 9:30 open. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, guys. Pfizer's weakening right now. PFE is weakening right now for some reason. AT&T, T is on the move. Hasn't had a big move yet. Maybe it's just starting out. But there's the 200-day moving average, so that could stall it easily. That's only 30 cents away from that. Uh, China, let's see, China. So this is FXI for China, an ETF for China stocks. AIOS just got halted on the way down, though. Okay. Ooh, you would give that one potential. Well, did say potential open at 785, but we'll have to see. In this blue screen on window, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from interactive brokers. Halt, here's your halted stock. Halt price at 1064. Call I'm trying to show you where it could open. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. Ford, after yesterday's earnings, actually, it had a pretty good recovery. Ford actually, even though it was down for the day, it did close at the high of the day, okay? Ford had a pretty good recovery. Boom. Boom is an earnings play also, guys. What sort of volume? Not a lot yet, but Boom is an earnings play. Through the 200-day moving average, BOOM is an earnings play. Probably a low float, pretty low float, yeah. Well, there's the CERS guys. Excuse me. So this is wow, big pot. Look at the line that came into this one. Cheap earnings play, CERS, cheap earnings play. This is shortable for me also. I'm just looking at this. It's gone pretty parabolic. Coming into maybe some resistance on the monthly chart, 316. There's a couple of highs on the monthly chart around 316. Oh my goodness. Talk about look at the range on this one, guys. What happened here? Okay. Look at the range on this one. So AKN looked like, okay, I guess it's over, right? It's getting down to $54 and it pops right back up to 61. Hmm. Well, the opening move on the SPY, pretty strong, actually, very strong, holding the VWAP. There is I think there might be some economic number coming out at 9:40. Let me check my economic calendar that post. At 9:45, sorry, 9:45, S&P Global Manufacturing PMI, final for April. And then at 10 o'clock, we have the ISM manufacturing. So there is some data coming out, 9:45 and 10 o'clock. Could affect the market short term. Okay, DGNX. The next high looking left is 237. Too close. Too close. Too bad. For me, anyway. Yeah, so Moderna, mRNA. I saw Pfizer earlier down a little bit, not huge amount, but oh boy, AIOS just opened, and so it actually opened. It's actually higher now than it just. I was just going to say it's going to get halted. It's got halted. It's going to be a wild one, guys. Absolutely wild. Look at that float. 195,000 in the float. Already is a wild one. Look at Q. Boy, Q is just giving it up. Was that shortable for me? Q. Okay. C U E. Not many shares, but 54,000 interactive brokers. Now it's down through or it's sitting kind of at the VWAP area. Okay. And that's CUE. Had a lot of good news. New CEO, license agreement, raising money, et cetera, et cetera. So let's see what happens here. See if it can kind of reclaim the VWAP and move higher, or is that it? Only 55,000 shares available, interactive brokers to short. Give me one moment. Now, guys, you remember AUR from yesterday? That was some kind of a trend. Finally sold off at the end of the day, I guess. But for the majority of the day, this was up very, very solidly. Just looking right now to see what's happening with it. AUR. It's basically at the close now of yesterday. Down 2 cents from the close. The high yesterday was 654. Yeah, look at Soundhound here, guys. Big, big move here. Big move. Look at this two big volume bars right now for SOUN. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Why? It was doing nothing. If it opens, boom. Somebody asked if you could have a scan for something like that. Not really. I mean, yes, you could, but I mean, you just SOUN did this, but still probably did another 100 or 200 or 300 stocks or more. And you cannot predict that something like this is going to happen just because the stock is flatlined in the pre-market. A little bit of room for this one, guys. TPL, okay, not a big gap yet. It's starting to move. Relative volume is big, and it's not a big gap yet. So maybe keep an eye on this one, PPL. Again, the next high looking left on the daily is 39.50 or so. So we've got $50 or so to that next high, and that's PPL. What's the volume like? Good volume. This has and a big float. Put a price alert in this area, 38.06. See if it takes that out. Maybe has a modest run. There's so many like that. That was you yesterday, right? By Harry, wasn't that you? Yeah, I mean, but there's so many. I mean, that's typical. Most stocks don't do that much in the free market. I mean, we see the really active ones. But most stocks do not do that. You just can't predict that a stock is going to do the pop like Sound did or some of the other ones. Great comeback so far now for Roblox guys. RBLX still down for the day in a big way, 20%, but okay, LABT. I don't want some races. Okay, so LABT. Oh, there's the PPL. Okay. All right, guys. I am going to attempt this PPL. As long as it holds 38, okay. If it goes under 38, I'm out. This could be a very quick out. Talking about the PPL. We're going to know it's going to work quickly or it's not. Excuse me. Okay, took myself out. I'm going to look at it again, though. It was a very quick. I'm going to look at this one again, PPL, see if it gets over 38.08. Yeah, ALHC. This was shortable for me, but I'm kind of waiting to see if we get any reentries before I do anything with our AI. Yeah, big comeback here. I mean, it's still down 19%, but from the bottom here, RBLX, $41 up to 40, almost 45. That's a big $4 move or so. So you can kind of see what happened with the ALHC guys. I mean, right now, anyway, if you took that short from our AI, you've got that 200-day moving average right there. I mean, that could be the support area. Okay. Wasn't there a date that you guys in the States are getting rid of the PDT? Is it sometime in June? Or is it yeah, sometime in June, June 1st or something? June 4th? Okay. Okay, so this wow. Well, I'm going to say I was right about this one, but I mean, wouldn't have been easy. Okay, I said to watch this one with that silly float, but now it is just severe rippage, guys. Now severe rippage. Look at that. It's gonna get halted right now. It's gonna get halted. How can I tell? I don't have a crystal ball, but it's gonna get halted. Come on, there you go. Oh man, just taking 100 chairs. I said to myself, just take 100 chairs. What's the worst that can happen? There's a couple $100. AKN was halted on the way up, I guess, and now it's resumed, and now it's through the VWAP, and my goodness. All right, you guys, we're talking about sober, SOBR. Okay, yeah, over $1. Is wow, just a minute here. SNDK. Wow, what a comeback, guys. Well, not it wasn't down a lot, but so there's SNDU. Okay, so if you thought SNDK was going to continue, this is SNDU. So it must be a one timer. So here's another one, guys. Another real cheap one with hardly anything in the float. This is now starting to do it. Also, TLIH. We're definitely into low, crazy micro float mania. So where could this one open? So this one is halted TLIH, halted at 420. We've got a potential open in the 447 area. All right, guys, PPL. I'm going to take it again and see if it has the run this time. A little bit of a run this time. Not expecting like a massive amount. It's another big float, but there's something that might be gently moving higher. PPL is not that big just because it's got that room on the daily. Let's clear it up here. See if we can reduce it up a little bit. What do they do? Electricity. Okay. SNDX, guys. So this is an earnings play. SNDX is an earnings play. So it is taking all this out on the daily chart. This is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. The next low is yeah, it's got some room on a weekly chart anyway. 1919 or so is the next low. So it's on a short. Okay, it does have some room. Okay, guys. So LABT giving it up. LABT is definitely giving it up now. This is not looking that great underneath the 400, underneath the VWAP. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, PPL, just make a little move for me, okay? Not looking for much, but well, I'd love to see much, but I don't think it's going. Not with that float, but meanwhile, what's happening with the TLIH? TLIH actually so came out, resumed. We know the deal in this thing because I don't quite understand what was happening with this. It's flatlining. That is definitely yesterday's, or this is yesterday's bar, but it was doing nothing. It was like there's a buyout of some sort, but it's not. Yeah, Moderna is weakening, guys. Here, mRNA is weakening. The next low look it's below that low. The next low on a weekly chart looks like about 41.97. So there's room underneath. Meanwhile, AIOS is still halted, and this is going to be another probably a 10-minute halt anyway. The last one was 10 minutes. Usually there are five, but this is so erratic. Look at the potential open on this one now, 1560. We're at 1485. Well, I had a little gain in the PPL, but basically I took myself out of it again, flat this time. So I might have a more of a run, but not interested anymore. Wow. So the AIOS opened and got into the 16s. Oh boy, it is. Well, FinFed, you say that every day, but you know what? The market's the market. It doesn't have make zero sense? Well, I know you're always hoping for a collapse. But, all right, now this got halted on the way down. So, or it's going to get probably halted on the way down. AIOS. So I'm going to, I want to watch somehow. I want to figure out a way maybe to get into this one later because it could do the something. It could do something insane. I mean, it already is doing something insane, but so it did get halted. But look at that, halted at 1427. But look at the potential open anyway. Okay, maybe keep an eye on Q, guys. Q is maybe the sell off is over for a while. Q, what would have to happen is that it gets over the VWAP, which is around 30. So I'm going to put it, that's right, around 29. So I'm going to put a price alert just over the VWAP and see if we can take that out and maybe rebound somewhat. All right, guys, maybe VOD, sorry, VOD, it's over 16. The next high looking left on a daily chart. Can't see it on the weekly. So the next high, it's a big float. I'm sure it's a very big float. The next high is 1580. No, next high in the monthly is 1674. A little bit of room on the monthly. Yeah, look at Q, guys. Q is really trying to take out that VWAP. Actually, that VWAP's higher than I thought. Okay, so this stock is at, yeah, it's at around 29. So the spread is not great though. The spread is not great. 28 was 2802, 2840, but now it's tightened up a little bit. But that spread is um, expanding, contracting, moving though. Through that VWAP, look out. Okay, guys, it's right at the VWAP now. Q, right at the VWAP. CUE. Okay, guys, it's 10:03 right now. I'm going to go over my homepage right now and show you the information. You can have them off my homepage, including scans, etc. Okay. PPL is driving me crazy. I don't know if I want to try it one last time. But they also had a new CEO and also some kind of a licensing agreement. So, they did, it wasn't just the financing. Okay, guys. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And I did test this morning. I'm going to test it again. This promo code was still working. Maybe it's going to be just to the end of the week. Maybe they've forgotten to take mine out, which is okay. I just want to check it one more time. Yeah, it's still working, guys. That promo code is still working. So take advantage of it if you want to. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see, and this is what I'm talking about with the promo codes. Okay, so you can whisper this because it's supposed to be expired, but anyway, you can get a premium annual subscription. You'll get 30% off. Okay, you can use my code Barry30. If you want to take out 1 month premium, you can get 25% off using the 25 Barry code. Remember, monthly, the discount is only good for the first month. Only good for the first month. Standard, if you want to take out a standard monthly, 15% off the first month or the entire year. Okay, so here are the three promo codes, and these are still alive. All I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my promo code, whatever it is, on my homepage. It'll change from time to time, of course. Why? Because I moderate two trading rooms, the YouTube room and this room here. And the company tracks the use of the promo codes. If they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Really that simple. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering, well, what is this other room, the trading room? It's free also. A lot more interaction with other traders in this room. I mean, you can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for more interaction amongst traders, you can come into this room. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't do it. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi. He does it. He lives on the East Coast. I live in Vancouver, West Coast, so not conducive to my doing it. So that's why Obi does it. I get on the mic, both rooms, sometime between 9 and 9:15. And I'm going to usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Probably Friday. I don't think the room will be open later after I leave. Or we can do it, but I don't think we will on a Friday. So when I leave, that's it. But I will check in with Obi later on. And if you keep scrolling down, you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, you'll get an email with a suggested entry. It's just a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. They are designed for longer term holds. You guys now testing 30, testing 30. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, click on my homepage link and go down to that education section. Click on the more info and right here, getting started with Trade Ideas. This is mandatory if you're taking out a subscription. Excuse me, 12 short videos to get you started. But if you don't have the product and you're wondering about it, is this a good fit for me? Well, you can start up with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea. First of all, give you an idea what the capabilities of the product are. You can always try this for a month. If you don't like it, you just unsubscribe. Monthly subscriptions, they're just that, month to month. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos. I don't think they're short, but 15. These are short. Okay. They're getting started with trade ideas. They are short videos. But back to basics. If you're new to trading, 15 free videos for you. Okay. Ooh, yes. Okay. Took out that 30. All right. Now, looking for my scans and information that I'm currently sharing. Click on my homepage link. Right in the middle there, custom scans. Yeah, PPL. I didn't retake it for the third time, but the Q's doing me well, so I don't care. Custom scans. So click on that, and this is what you're going to see. Let me get rid of this. Large cap gainers right here, and a volatile race is right here. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race. I should sort of rename it. It's a volatile race. This is a gentler race. It's not as volatile. Upside versus downside movers is right here. Here's my halts for zooms down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts up and down. And I have 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing. I have a momentum scan, a gap scanner, the Pepe combo scan. I do have this one up and running, the up-down, 25 cents right here. So you can take a look at them, ask me questions about the scans if you want. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can ask me questions all day. You can. I can't. You can ask me questions all day long. Now, if it's an accounting question, that's something I cannot answer, but I generally, though, I can, I can direct you to people who can, our accounting people, and generally they can help you, okay? Yvonne, yes. In fact, I have this one on my other monitor. Okay, I have this one on my other monitor. So these are stocks. These are large cap losers. Okay, now this would not be the greatest. Okay, because these could be very. But if you want a large cap loser, I can give it to you. Okay, Graces, where are you? It's right at the bottom. Sorry. Okay, so large cap losers. Where are you? Biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. Okay, you try that one. Small cap losers, no. The reason being is that I tried that, but it's just way too erratic. Okay, a lot of them you won't have shorts shares available. Also, so I would start off with this one, the large cap. I mean, you can take, you can create your own, just sort of flip it. But I would recommend you take a look at the large cap losers first. Okay. Well, also, I always find it more challenging to short really cheap stocks. But that again is just me. But you could always take what I gave you, okay? And if you wanted to, all you'd have to do is go open that top list, and in the configure, just get rid of these, okay? Get rid of the daily range, having to be near the low of the day. Get rid of the float, and get rid of the market cap. And then you might want to have a different price range. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, I mean, if you truly wanted to, if you wanted them both, though, okay. First of all, did that make sense? Have you run races before? Remember, the race is based on a top list window. So this is what I gave you. This is the race I gave you, the large cap losers. Okay. Well, you right click in the race. Okay, right click in the race and open the top list. Okay, all races start from a top list window. And so this is what the top list. This is what it's looking for. Oops. So now if I right click on it and click on configure, so this is what it's looking for. Okay, let me get to these filters here. So, the float has to be at least 50 million. The market cap has to be at least 500 million. Okay. And also, there's the position in days range. Position in range. So, what that five max means is that it has to be near the low of the day. So, if you took all these and just deleted them, just, literally X them out, if I did this, so just make them disappear. Well, then that turns it into a low. Then you're not restricting yourself just looking at large market caps, large floats, and stocks near the low of the day. It'll be more like this one, just the flip of it, if that makes sense. Okay, and then you might want to change the price range. But right now, why don't you just run this one and see what you think? Now, if you haven't run races before, and I'm going to go over the concept of racing right now anyway. Man, even Just when you think it just cannot get any crazier, AKAN. Okay, how about 100, guys? How about 100? The last time I was joking, I said, how about 50 when it was down here? All right, well, let's go over this race, okay? I'm going to go over this race right here, and just to so people understand the concept of racing. Before I do that, I'm going to put my homepage link in. Okay, before I do that, what do I think of ZBH? Is it showing up anywhere for me? No. Okay, ZBH. What do I think about it? Well, I mean, it's not an earnings play. I don't know why it's up. Average over. I mean, the best we can say about it. I mean, it was an earnings play a few days ago. I mean, there's the next high looking left, 88. So I mean, it's got room. That's all. I mean, it's had a nice couple of days bouncing off the low after its earnings release. But whether it continues higher or not, I don't know. So it's a big float. Relative volume, it's not stellar. I mean, it's 1.9, but obviously it's had a nice five minute run. Whether it's going to continue or not, I obviously don't know. But certainly has room on the daily chart. Okay, definitely has room. But you're being chase mode right now. I if it could pull back a little bit, maybe to the VWAP and maybe bounce off the VWAP. But I mean, I'm not saying don't take the trade if you like it, but you're sort of chasing it now. So getting back to my homepage, why did I put my link in? I put my link in because if you click on go down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide. And there is a whole section on stock racing, okay, right here. So all that I'm going to go over, it's all in the guide, of course. Okay, so it's a great reference for you. So the whole concept of racing is this. I'm running a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time frame you want. I'm running a 4-minute race. And what does that 4.5% mean? You know what? Moment. Make a slight change. So it's like any other race, okay? So the race takes about 30 seconds to warm up. I'm running a 4-minute race, but it's like Le Mans. The cars are revving up at the finish line, at the start line. Flag will come down at 3:30, and then the race will begin. Just wait till another second. Okay, so 2.3%. What does that mean? That means that GovX has moved the most since the race started, and it's moved 2.3%. Not a huge number, but you can see some big percentage gains in this race. And you can see actually that GovX won the last race. So what are these numbers beside these symbols mean? What that means is that, and here's AIOS, it's now leading this race, okay? And of course, when the race is over, there'll be a winner. And so we still have, a minute and 10 seconds left for this race to be over. And what happens is a top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that in the number. Now I'm running this race in the pre-market. So that's why, I've got a bunch of winners already. LABT, not that it's a good one now, but in the pre-market, this was really good. So And look at the AIOS, and it just got halted again. So how do you use the race? Well, first of all, number one, you don't have to wait for the race to be over in order to click on the symbol. You see something leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. You don't know until you click on it. Maybe it's pulling back into the VWAP. Maybe it's doing something you like. You know, if you have any trading experience at all, it doesn't mean just because a stock is leading a race, so you just take the trade. You've got to have some trading experience to be able to check the chart and say, that looks interesting. Maybe I'll take it. Okay. Here's the atom, 2% move. You know, had we seen it right here, you know, leading a race and it had been pulling into the VWAP, if you're a VWAP type player, you might have looked at that and go, all right, I like the way it's holding the VWAP, acting as support. Oh, maybe take the trade if it moves a little bit above the VWAP and put my stop just below the VWAP. Okay, I mean, that's an idea. Just an idea. You see anything that's won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. You know, the Q, it's a great run from down here all the way up to 31. Even if you just waited for the VWAP break at 29, that would have been about a $2 move. Okay, now it's pulling back into the VWAP again. Now, will it hold it? Will it hold it again? Or well, when it surged through, now it's coming back. Will it hold it? Will the VWAP act as support? That's that purple line on my chart. The VWAP's around $29. So it's a little bit above it. Actually, it's not. It's just sort of sitting right on the VWAP. Now, if it takes it out and moves down, then maybe for some of you that might be a short opportunity. Okay, so that's what I would do. I would click on any symbol that you see that's won a race before. You just never know what it's doing, and you see any symbol in the list. You don't have to wait for it to be at the top. Here's the AIOS that has won that last race. Halted still though. So why are these stocks showing up though? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click in the race, show the race, not show the race setup, open the top list window. And you can see I've got a big list of stocks. Doesn't mean I have to follow them all. Explain that. So you can still use a top list window in this way. First of all, why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Right click and configure. And so what I want to see in this top list window are stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares have traded at least, and up 2% from yesterday's close. If the stock meets all these filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list of stocks. Okay. So assuming I have a column header, which I do, that changed from yesterday's close, I can sort on it. I can double left click, and that'll sort on it. So SOBR is up 113% from yesterday's close. AIOS, 50%, etc., all the way down this list of stocks. I wanted to sort on the change from the open. So the opening trade of the day, it's opening trade. SOBR up 29%, TLIH 29%. You can sort on, as long as you have the column header, you can sort. So I mean the top list, and again, you can still use top lists like this, but show me the stocks that are up the most today, down the most today, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, which are just filters, you can sort on them. So I've sorted on the change from the close. So more than likely, we're going to see these stocks all day long in this race because these are stocks. I mean, these are the active stocks. People are following these all day long, not just in this room, but worldwide. But the race doesn't care. The race does not care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is that since the race started, what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. So it could be some stock down here. play. I mean, Dave and Buster's, let's play. I think 11.99. It's up 6%. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, play started to move? It's up 7%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. You'd never know that. But that's what the race does for you. You see a stock starting to move up, just click on it, see what's happening. Well, hopefully it's starting to dawn on people that, well, you can create your own race based on your set of parameters. The fact that this is what I want to use in this in my top list, you may have a completely different idea, but a price range, or maybe you want to add some filters, and then just look what happens. I right-click in a top list window, launch the real-time stock race. So you can set up your own race based on your set of parameters. You can also add a watch list or a simple list to your top list. So let's just say you have the same stocks. Maybe you've got a basket of stocks that you like to trade every single day. You can create that symbol list that we call a symbol list or a watch list, attach it to your top list window, and launch the race just based on those stocks. Or it could be a bunch of different stocks every day. Maybe you do some evening work after the market's close or the 4 o'clock close, and you look at the look at the active stocks. And you say, you know what, or for whatever reason you want to follow certain stocks. You say, okay, I want to follow these certain stocks tomorrow. You could do that, but put those in your symbol list, attach to the top list window, and then you launch the race based on those stocks. So there's it's very flexible. Now, this race, pretty much very different from this race, the large cap gainers. Now, yeah, look how few stocks are in here compared to here, okay? And that's because I have some pretty restrictive filters in here. Now, it doesn't mean that these are the only stocks for the day. What happens is stocks are going to meet the filter requirements, and they're going to come in, and then maybe some stocks will drop because they're not meeting the filter requirements anymore. If I right-click and configure, this is what I'm looking for in this race. Stocks that have to be between $10 and $70. Still the same thing, up 2% from yesterday's close. But these three are the restricted filters. Position in the day's range at 95. Okay, what that means is, if I put 100 there, that would mean the stock is right at the high of the day. So at 95, it's close. I want to see stocks near the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Float has to be 50 million minimum, and the market cap has to be at least 500 million. Those three filters are not here. That's why this list is way bigger. Okay. But what happens over the course of the day, especially with these ones, stocks will, maybe a stock enters into this list because now it is at that 95, and maybe it drops off. Maybe it's only at 94, so it disappears from the list. Or change from the close. Maybe, it enters, it's at 2%, 2.1%, and then it drops off. It's underneath 2%. All I'm trying to say is that this is not a static list. Stocks will come in and out of this list all day long. Okay? So if you have your top list window, assuming you know how to create a symbol list, a watch list, John, just right click, configure, and symbol list, and you just add the existing list. If you created it, add the existing list so it shows up here. And I know it's going to happen. And you go click on only the following list, okay? And then you just check it. Okay? You can just check it. So you create your symbol list. It'll show up like in this add existing list. You'll create your symbol list, your watch list. You click on it, left click on it, you get it over into this column. And then this is just a drop down, only the following list. Check that, and then check it. Okay? And then it'll only look at that list. And we build one stock at VWAP. So is your question, you want to see stocks near the VWAP? Snowman 11, is that what you want? Yeah, I I think the best way to do is the top. I mean, look, we do have. Let me find an alert window here. So we do have a cross and above and cross below the VWAP. Okay. Now the problem with it, though, it does require some volume. So if it crosses the VWAP and it's on no volume, then you're not going to see it, or it might look a little delayed. So if I just to explain it, if I left click on it and then you click on help, it's going to give you a pretty big detailed explanation about why it requires some volume. However, if you just want to see stocks near the VWAP, then what I would do is create a top list window, and I think I've created one, so I can give it to you. You can adjust it. So we've got a few things here. Biggest pullback winners to the VWAP. Let me just see if I thought I had one. Here we go. Okay. So here's the VWAP at least 5% above or below. Now you can adjust that. So this is what it would look like though, okay? Oh, this is at least above. Okay. This was good for maybe for people who like to see stocks way above the VWAP, and maybe the VWAP acts as a magnet on the way down, like a sort of a mean reversion or a reversion. So that's not what you want. You just want to see stocks near the VWAP. I mean, you could like that one too, but what I had. Well, here's okay. Do you want to see stocks over just near the VWAP and over, or near the VWAP and under? I mean, you can combine it, but you have a preference. Just over the VWAP. Okay. Well, okay. You can combine them, but I'll give you this one. So what would that look like? Or near the VWAP and over. Okay. And you can sort on the VWAP, so you can see that, for instance, ATLX. See that here it is right there. Okay, right at the VWAP as an example. Boom should be right at the VWAP. Okay, a little bit under, but but you can see what it's doing. You're going to see stocks right at the VWAP. Now, I have to say this. Yeah, it's looking at this number here. Okay, this number here, the VWAP number. Okay, it doesn't take into account pre-market, so that's why it could look a little bit different because my line, excuse me, takes into account pre-market. My view. So that's why it looks like, well, wait a minute. I thought it was going to be near it, but a little bit over it. Well, it's looking at that number here. I mean, it's the numbers are not going to be so dramatically different. So does that make sense? So that's why you're seeing it looks like, well, wait a minute, that's below the VWAP. Well, it's not really. It's looking at that number right there, 797, which is so it's at 799. Okay. So if you don't have the VWAP on your chart, well, just give me a moment here. Okay, so yeah, so all I have to do, if you took this one, and you want to add ones that are near the VWAP on the low side, want to make sure I haven't done this for a while. So you see where I says this is from the VWAP 0 and 1? That means it could be right at the VWAP on the upside, okay? But it's going to be within one or right at the VWAP. That's what that would mean. But if I change that to -1, if I change that to -1, look at the summary now. The price is no more than 1% above the VWAP, and also the price is no more than 1% below the VWAP. Okay, so that's how you can combine it if you want in one top list window if you want, and then you could sort on the VWAP. So you'll see the ones that are just and you can go all the way back down. Okay, does that make sense? You can take this then as it is, and you can combine it. So here's HYPR. It's just slightly under the VWAP. And now, of course, you can take this and adjust it. You can, if you don't want, you can, I can't believe I don't have a price range. I don't have a price range for some reason. Okay. But obviously you can have a price range. Um, you can adjust this, but this is the key. This is the key. The VWAP, that's the key to start. And then you can put whatever price range you want, minimum volume you want, add whatever other filters you want. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to just rename this. Okay, call it over or under. Okay, here's the link for that. So that covers both, either just basically a little bit under or a little bit over the VWAP. Moment. All right, guys. So let's see what's happening now. Yeah, AIOS. What, halted again, probably. Yep. Lost its mind. Yes, it has lost its mind. Well, I mentioned it, and so has AKAN. I tell it, are we gonna be surprised if it hits 100? I'm gonna put a price alert at 100. 99, 99. Now, the difference between this is this is a China company, so not that and the high here looks like it's around $27. But I think what happened here is that there was probably a similar name change because when you look at the lifetime range, it's right at the low. which it looks like, this would be an IPO back here of some sort. And the high is here 28, so we're at 16. So that would be over 50%, but it's sitting at 9.2% in red. That means that that more than likely a symbol name change happened. So whatever it was before, I'm going to assume that anyway. Whatever it was before, the stock was a lot higher. Well, ALIS just launched, came out. Well, I said, guys, let's follow this one. I mentioned this one in the pre-market because of this ridiculous float, but I didn't get it. What happens on a 20 break? It just got halted. It just got halted, guys. Again, just got halted. Well, I can only say I got a little, just a little bit, and I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, it looks like you could jump. I don't have much, but I thought, you know what, take something on the 20 break. Well, that could be ridiculous. Well, okay, that it's at 34.50 before it dropped back down to 21.11. Now, if you're looking for a reason, don't. There's no reason. Okay, there's no reason for this moving. All it is somewhere around the world they looked at this float of 195,000 shares and said, "You know what, boys? Let's pump this thing." But you know what? There's not much volume. I mean, there's not a lot of volume on this. 898,000 is nothing for this sort of a float. I'm actually surprised. Tesla strong today on that European data. Okay, still trying to get back to the 200-day moving average. Tesla is. Well, at least what we could say with the AKAN is at least we know why it had the initial pop. Okay, after that, all bets are off. But with the AIOS, there's no reasoning at all. For what? AKAN? I have no idea. I thought 100 was the top. Hmm. Oh, I see. I haven't looked at this for so long. I might take a look at this top list one. I might want to tighten it up though. So yeah, I might want to tighten it up a bit. Oh, I did have the price range, 1 in 50 down here. Okay. Um, so maybe what I'm going to do is make the relative volume a little more severe. See what happens. Yeah. So I just reduced a lot of them. Yeah. So guys, if you're looking for to see stocks that are right at the VWAP, I mean, this is a nice little top list. Okay. You want to see stocks right near the VWAP, either just slightly under or slightly over. You can take a look at this. So will this be a 10-minute halt or a 5-minute halt? Let's see, when will last? They all, yeah, they have been, yeah, they've been more like 10-minute halts for the AIOS. Okay, I'm actually surprised I was allowed to buy it at Interactive Brokers. Well, I'm out of it. I know, oot, guys. I actually thought I was going to get halted again, but well, it is halted again, but I'm out of it. It dipped, but again, because I didn't have that many, I wasn't that worried about the dip. I probably should have kept it, but I didn't. So, made a little bit. Nothing. Now, let's take a look at this. Okay, I'm going to put a price order at $28. Maybe later on in the day. You never know. Now, I will be leaving definitely, guys, at 2 o'clock. I've got an appointment soon after, so I will definitely be leaving at 2 o'clock. Maybe. Okay, so what I would be hoping for is maybe this would take out the high. It's high right there at some point, and maybe just run from there. Okay, guys. Okay, how about this one? OIO. OIO. What's this one doing? OIO. Hmm, interesting. Low float, not crazy low, but it's low. 7 million. Singaporean stock. The next high is 229. Too bad. I wish the next high were up here at 286. Obviously, it has a little bit of room. Really, I've never found that, Shaw, in our YouTube room. Didn't realize how slow YouTube stream makes the computer. My order's lagging, and you mean trying to place an order or an IB or whatever your broker is? I've never ever had that issue. Even when my computer needed thermal paste desperately, I never had a problem on order entry. All right, guys. Let's see. With EBS, seeing a lot of stocks right at the VWAP. Well, Shaw, are you? You might try. You might want to try what I did. Okay, is go down to Best Buy or some place and get them to check your thermal paste. Okay, for your fan and your graphics card. Okay, and that's what I did, and it took about a 7-year-old computer or 8-year-old. I don't even know how long I've had this. At least 7 years, and it turned it into a brand new computer again. So before you do that, it will cost a lot. Thermal goo or something, Pepe. Thermal goo, thermal pastel, thermal powder. Oh, it's paste. That's right. It's thermal paste. It's a running joke, guys. For about 2 years, to diverge a bit here, my computer, my fan was going crazy. You guys could hear it, and I'd have to literally turn off my mic. But it wasn't just that. It wasn't just the noise factor, but it was slowing everything down. And Pepe and a few others, but especially Pepe, kept saying, "Oh, what you should do is take it down, or try to do it yourself." There's no way I would do it myself, but check your thermal paste. It's probably all dried out. Okay, and whatever. I swear it was 2 years. Anyway, I finally said okay, and I took it down to Best Buy. Had the Geek Squad look at it. They changed or redid the thermal paste, or whatever the right terminology is, for my fan, and I guess the graphics card has something also, and it was like a miracle. And it cost, like, I think it cost me $100, but it didn't even cost me that because they said, you know what? If you take out a membership, which was about $15 a month, which is what 150 for the year. So you're already going to pay 100. Why not take on a membership for an extra 50 for the year? And anything else that happens, and you can bring anything up. Doesn't even have to be bought at Best Buy, and we'll fix it for you. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's right, Shaw. Yeah, because it would sound like my computer was taking off. And again, my computer is at least 8 years old now, and I run a lot on it. But it had good specs. I mean, Pepe knows what the specs are, so it had good specs. It was just needed just that thermal paste. So before you throw out your computer, guys, do yourself a favor and just go down to Best Buy and have them say, "Take a look at my thermal paste." Now you could go to YouTube and you could see how you could do it yourself, but there's no way I was going to do that. But if you know you have if you're a bit of a mechanic, because I guess it's not that hard to do, but I wasn't going to do it. Meanwhile, what's happening with AIOS? Oh wow! I mean, I'm going to have to go back. Was I on? I was on the mic at 9 o'clock. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and listen to myself. Say, guys, we all should be watching AIOS. I don't know what's going to happen with it, but with that crazy low float, anything could happen. And you know what? Anything has happened. I just have not been. I did not take full advantage of it. And the reason why this is happening is because people are looking at that AKAN and they're going, man, I missed out on that one. What could be the next one? Okay, the low float, 533,000 in the float. Exactly, Shaw. I just hear their fan going crazy and they think, and everything is slowing down and just their computer or laptop, whatever, is just heating up badly. Yeah, longest years. All right, guys. Well, that Roblox is still recovering here. I'm sure it's still down for the day, but it's had a great recovery all day. I mean, it's still down 14%, but it was at one point it was down 20 odd percent. So it's had a nice recovery all day. You too, Shaw. Have a good weekend yourself. Okay, how is the AI doing today? I haven't had a chance to look at it all day. I want to see the reentries. So it's a no-go on the CERS 43, and so far no-go on the ISPC, but I'll put a price alert in this area and see if it takes that out later. Oh, son of a gun! I have this one thumbnail. You know, I was looking at the queue again, and I was thinking, okay, is this going to bounce off this? Well, there's the 200-day the VWAP again. So let's see. Maybe it takes out the VWAP again. I'm going to put a price order around 29 and see if it takes it out again. And maybe goes on that another little pop. But the problem is, I mean, you know, it's making lower highs now. So I mean, eventually, even a takeout of the VWAP is going to maybe not inspire as much confidence as it did the first time. Okay, so isn't this one also though? So you're playing a bounce now, right? For Sandak, right, William? You're playing a bounce for it because this is another one. SNDU. Now the issue with that one is the spread. 58, 50, 59. It's not as tight. Some of the bats exchange too. So, oh, you won it two times. Okay, okay. I haven't seen a reference to the bats for forever. But yeah, the spread is just not great. 80, 85, 58, 85, 59, 28. Not great. It's not terrible for a $59 stock if it's going to move a couple of dollars. But and what are you looking at? You're looking at a reversion to the the VWAP, right? You think that's what it does? It will do. Okay, well, too bad. I would have taken this one, even if it were a one timer. Except, I just don't like the spread. Nick Kama in 818 in our YouTube room. I see you put buy. Okay, do you mean buy like goodbye, or I know you spelled it B-U-Y. Well, guys, I mean this top list window certainly zeroes in. If you want to zero in on stocks near the VWAP, either a little bit below or a little bit above, you can do it right here. This is a top list window that'll do it. I'm afraid to see what AI. Yeah, still ripping. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, okay, guys, I'm going to be gone for I don't know, 10 minutes or so. Okay, I'll come back. What time is it now? 11:04. So out for about 10 minutes. Give me a moment. So I'm just going to say on mute. On mute for a while. I will be back, but on mute for a while. I would just quickly answer you. No, you cannot in your mail. No, no, Nick Ham, no. There's no. We're not really set up to send information via email or SMS. Okay, sorry, but I do have to leave. Okay, I do have to leave, but I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. Okay, guys, sorry about that. A little longer than I thought, but I am now back, and there's the Q now. The Q over that 29 again. Where, but it's yeah. So I might have taken it had I been here, but I am not. I wasn't here. Give me a moment. It means it's very fast, Ozzy. Very fast. We say that anything under 100 is okay for the for this. You're talking about that number there, the 71 ms. Anything under 100 is around 100 is okay. 100 and under is okay. Every now and then you'll see a spike, depending on what TradeEd is doing. I guess the information it's getting, but if you're sitting at 8 to 13 constantly, that is very good. SMX? Are you? It got back into the ones? No kidding. Oh man. Oh man. All right. Okay, Arvin is now halted because of news. ARVN halted because of news. News pending. Okay. So this is a news halt for ARVN. Let's see. It's not an earnings play. It had earnings yesterday, actually. Yeah, it had earnings yesterday. What's going on with Xerox? Well, Xerox had earnings yesterday, so I don't know what's happening with it today, but Xerox had earnings yesterday. Wow. Very good. Steve is in this one, you know. He was talking about it yesterday. I mean, it's just, had earnings and now, it's just sort of continuation from earnings yesterday. He'll be happy. Yeah, we talked about that. He was in our YouTube. He took over for me in YouTube yesterday, and he was saying how he took earnings before our earnings. He took Xerox before earnings, and I don't know if he's still holding on, but all right. Okay, is it over? Is it over? I'm talking to AKAN. Is it over? Well, we're underneath the VWAP again. You know what, guys? I'm a short boom here, and now boom. It's just a little, not because of the sell flag, okay. I just shorted underneath the 8 mark. The reason I did that is because it was showing up on the. I'm gonna test a few of these. Okay, the ones that are just under or below the VWAP. Just going to see what sort of move it can have. Obviously, gets back up to 8. I'm out. So the reason I kind of like these is that you're going to know pretty soon whether or not it's going to work or not. So you don't have to usually have to hang around that long. It's a strong stock, so I'm going to have to remember that it is a strong stock. It's an earnings play, so it's had a great reaction to earnings, but we'll see. It's underneath the underneath the VWAP. That's what that little top list is telling me. Wow, look at Q. Ugh, I'm not in it, but look at Q just ripping now, guys. Q ripping. If you're wondering, well, where is Q here? Well, I have a lot of stocks. I have about not that many actually. I think I've got how many? One, two, three, four, five. I've got 6 thumbnail charts on my other monitor. Okay, and Q is one of them, and that's what I'm talking about. See that VWAP break? Who knows? Maybe this will just all I'll do is just VWAP breaks now for a while. Why not? Boy. So the high today was up here at 36 or so it still has a ways to go. Snowman, are you checking this out at all? The top list with the near the VWAP. All right, guys, 11:28. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking a break. Andy, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Andy Lindlof taking over for me in our YouTube room. I take a break for about an hour, and I have to leave at 2 o'clock. Okay, so Obi, I don't know if you are planning to keep the room open after I leave at all, but I have to leave it at 2 o'clock. Okay, guys, all I'm looking for the boom is maybe to get into the 70s. Maybe not. Meanwhile, okay, let's take a look at the AIOS. I still have a feeling that if it takes up this high up here, it's going to just rip again. But I'm not telling anybody to buy it. But that is just the way these things work. It's still sort of strong. Wave is still strong. I shouldn't say the way these things work. The way these things can work. Okay. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm just looking again some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything happening that could be interesting. Kind of like this. Here's your high now. Here's your high of the day for AIOS. Oh my, 30 30 looks next, guys, for the AIOS. Well, here's a nice looking chart, right now on the five. Look at this for CORT, CORT, in terms of the wave. It's, fairly steadily up and a narrow wave, not a big fat wave. So that's pretty nice for the CORT. This is an earnings play. You can break out on the daily chart, little breakout. Look at how it was consolidating for a few days. Now the breakout today on earnings. The next high looking left for court on the weekly is 50.40. So there is, 50.40. Boy, I have to put a price alert in that area. Okay. Why? Because what happens if it does take that out? Maybe not today, but maybe next week. Because look at the room, it's got 89. I had a horrible week. Might have been its last earnings release. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you can just sort of see if it can take out 50, maybe start to challenge that void. All right, boom. Okay, well, boom is giving me, kind of what I was hoping for. A little bit into the 70s now. I did not know. In fact, I did not know that Boom was an AI alert. I don't care. I mean, you think, well, how could you go against your AI, the watch list? It's not. I didn't see it here. I did not see it here. It showed up on that near the VWAP scan. Now it's off it because or top list because it's more than got to be more than 1% below now. Snowman, I'm paging you to see if you're using this at all. RVMD, small pop on FDA actions. Okay, that's from William. RVMD. What do we see here? Yeah, that was a pretty big pop actually, but yeah, 140 to 149. That's maybe when you were calling it, it was here. That's a big pop. And did you short the top? FDA clears. Now this Revolution Medicine, yeah, pancreatic cancer. That was like the other one yesterday. I remember they mentioned Revolution in that same one. It was an Instapop. Okay. Okay, guys, I have covered some of my boom short. Okay. I was hoping we'd get into the mid 70s, and that's where I thought I would take some off. It's still a strong stock, so I don't. So I'm out some of the boom short mid 70s. So here is another one right near the VWAP, guys. MRAM. Now, will the VWAP stop it? Okay, will that act as resistance? MRAM. This was an earnings play yesterday. Continuation today. Mm, good. Well, guys, guess what's at $30? AIOS at $30. Well, it was anyway. 30, actually got to 31. I'm not in it. Okay, I'm not in it. I missed my opportunity, so I'm not in it. All right, here's another one halted, guys. RYOJ. What is this one doing? And what's the float? 2.5 million. Japanese stock. Uh, very spotty looking, so it's not interesting to me. Now, guys, this may not be over, okay? Look at the AKAN. I mean, we've already seen this act before. So down to 61. There's the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert a little over the VWAP and see if it takes it out later. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to take right about here, just at the high of this that monthly bar right there. But well, let's. How about 50? Yeah, that's what I said with the other one, the AKAN yesterday, and that again, please. I'm not saying it's getting to 50. I mean, this is we're just in theory having a little fun here because I mean, it's up to you. You take this trade, it's up to you. I mean, there's no technical reason really. Oh, I'm not talking just talking to you, Jimmy. I'm talking to everybody, of course, but well, maybe Monday morning, we'll find another one before the market opens. That's crazy low float. Okay, boom, maybe get me into the 60s and that I'm inclined to take this short, guys, but I'm going to be on my break pretty soon. That's the MRAM. All right, there we go. So another new high, I guess, for this one. But my other price alert's at 50. Okay, so why are sorry, our YOJ open? There's no volume unless the volume really picked up. No, it didn't. So forget about that one. So this ARVN is still halted. That's a news halt. All right, guys, 11:45. Just want to confirm it's going to be Andy taking over for me soon. All right, so here's another one right at the VWAP, guys. Quad. So now quad is just breaking a little bit above the VWAP. And let's see, where could it go? It's an earnings play from a few days ago. I actually did not a good reaction to earnings, but nice recovery today. What? Pull back for AIOS? Ought to be a law. Okay, guys. Again, the only thing I'm in right now is I still have some of the boom left, and I'm just want to see if it. See, it's still riding that wave down. I did take some off mid 70s just because it's a strong stock, and I'll put a price alert down here and see if it can get into the 60s. I will hold it even if I'll be here on my break. I'll be doing my work in front of my computer so I can keep an eye on it. And I don't think it's. I mean, it's well, it's not a low float, not a high float, 19 million. So I will have to keep an eye on it. All right, guys. Well, actually, let's take a look at AIOS and see what it's pulling back into. If it's pulling back, so there's the VWAP down. That'd be a pretty big pullback. But who knows? Maybe it pulls back into the VWAP area, and maybe afterwards. No, I just slammed my phone shut, my case. Um, yeah, so maybe if it pulls back closer to the VWAP later on. All right, guys. Yeah, confirmation. It will be Andy Lindloff taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes from now. For those of you who don't know, I get I get relieved 12 to 1 Monday to Friday by one of the other traders at Trade Ideas. So today's Andy. Now Wednesday's a little bit different. That's Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas. He's not really relieving me. He starts his own YouTube stream. But Chris, Steve Gomez, and Andy, they relieve me Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Boy, that's a nice move too. Errors. Look at that. That is a beautiful move on the 5 minute in terms of the wave, just following the wave up. No major piercings of the wave, certainly nothing below the low of the wave. I mean, that's beautiful. That reminds me of the arrow, the one AUR yesterday. See if I can back that out and you can see what I'm talking about from yesterday. Yeah, look at that. Look at that unbelievable move yesterday for AUR. Just, I mean, it's not so much the percentage move, it's just the steady, 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 keeping you in the trade all the way up. This is the only area, if you've been in this one, say, around the 526 mark, the only area you would have taken some off probably is right around six, okay? Just because they had that little dip. Other than that, you're not out of everything, though. You're just hanging on. Now, of course, at that point, now you're getting out. But boy, what a beautiful move. So it's a little bit like the airs is a little bit like that today. Okay, guys, AIOS revving up again. Did not pull back enough. Well, I shouldn't say if you're in this one, you don't want. I know you don't want to, especially if you're in early and you've been able to hang on. All right, guys, another one challenging the VWAP here. Lending Tree. Now, this is an earnings play, so it's down for the day. Will the VWAP hold it, or will it move down below it and give us an opportunity to short? Because this is a weak stock, down 16%, and but will it's been hanging around the VWAP for quite a while now. I didn't see it. I didn't see it, William. Okay, did not see it. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Ken. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. 904. I missed that completely. Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't see that. I missed that completely. 140. I really apologize. At 904, I don't know why I missed that. 146. Are you still around? And my four channel bar strategy. I don't know what you mean by my four channel bar strategy. So I don't know what you mean. I don't have what I call a four channel bar strategy. I don't know if you're still around. I'm sorry. I missed. I don't know why I missed them. That's Kamala. I don't know Ahmed. I do apologize. Okay, I don't know what you mean, and I'm taking a break pretty soon, but I don't know what you mean by a four channel bar strategy. These are just, I mean, I don't have anything that's really called a strategy. Okay, these are idea generators. Okay, and then this is one that I just sort of resurrected near the VWAP. It's these are so they're not strategies. I mean, maybe it's just semantics. They're just idea generators. And so when I click on the symbol, I figure out whether or not, like the boom. When I clicked on boom earlier, it was just underneath the VWAP. It showed up. It showed up on this little top list. Okay. And so that's why I took the short, but I don't know what you mean by the 4 channel bar strategy. I don't know why I missed those support questions. Oops. Okay, guys. So here's the YouTube link. Is that supposed to be a screenshot from me? I don't recognize that. Four alerts. I don't recognize. Is this from a channel bar or something? Is this from the channel bar? If you're talking about this, Barry, if I asked them to take this down, I haven't updated. Are you talking about my Barry's watch list? You talking about this? Because I've asked them to take that down. I haven't updated that in years. If that's what you're talking about, probably you're not talking about that. Well, so I don't know what that screen shot is representing. Okay, guys, that's it for me and Boom. Okay, it almost got down. Well, it got down to 765. Pretty good. I didn't get it out right there. Okay, guy, and I'm going to be taking my break very soon now, 11:58. So I'm going to put the announcement up here. I don't know what those 4 alerts are from. That is my channel. Yeah. So if that's my channel, I've asked them to take that down. Just give me one moment, Andy. I think I heard a pop. I've asked them to take that down a long time ago. I haven't updated that in, quite frankly, years. Just give me a moment, Andy, if that was you popping in.
Okay.
Okay, guys, so there's my announcement on a break back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Let me close my music down. You caught me by surprise. You're a couple of minutes early.
Yeah, man. Thought
Okay,
I'd come in and say hello.
Music's gone. Okay, guys. So in the main room, I am taking my break now. So we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. I put the YouTube link in. You guys can head over and listen to the Swedish stock whisperer.
Oh, man. How's it going, Barry?
Andy. Okay, so I'll be taking off for about an hour, guys. So we'll see you in 1 hour in the main room. Hello, Andy.
Hey, Barry. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. Now, I know that you sunk all your fortunes into AIOS. I know you did that.
Okay, let me pop out this chat and I'll take a look real quick. So
you took everything you own in this world and you said, let's buy AIOS.
AIOS, huh? Oh, wow. That'd have been nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny, Andy, because in the pre-market, I was on the mic at about 9 o'clock and I saw this one. And, you know, you've probably seen the AKAN, right?
AKAN?
Well, maybe you haven't. Okay, well, bring that one up. AKAN.
Yes.
Yes. Well, okay.
How do you trade these things, man? Yeah.
Well, you see, the first day that AKAN went up, that was when
right here.
Your government said something about they're going to reclassify cannabis.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And so all the cannabis stocks went crazy. But since then, they've all sort of relaxed, except this one. This has like 500,000 in the float.
Oh
And so
gosh.
all of a sudden it just became a trading, so people were
Yes,
just
of
trading it.
course. Of
And
course.
so the AIOS, look at the float, 195,000. So this morning, not 100, yeah, 195,000. So this morning when I saw it, I said, you know what, guys? Those of us who missed the
Uh-huh.
AKAN, you know what? I bet you a lot of us are going to be, or a lot are going to be watching because it had already popped in the pre-market. Now,
Oh,
unfortunately, I
okay.
did not take full advantage of it, but anyway, yeah, craziness,
Nice.
isn't it?
What kind of spread is on that?
On AOI, not terrible. I mean, 29.60 30 right now. I mean, which is not, terrible for a stock that is moving two,
Oh,
three, $4, $5.
wait, 29, 60, 30. What does that mean? Oh, 29, 60 by 30?
Okay, right now the spread is $29.80 and $30.10. Okay,
Oh,
so
it's
but
not too
I
bad.
mean it
Yeah.
widens. I mean for a
Yeah.
stock like that, it's not terrible. So
No, not at all. Not at all. Uh, wow.
yeah,
Yeah, not my
yeah,
game anymore, but
I know,
more
I
power
know, I
to you,
know.
buddy. Yeah, that's
Well, I didn't take full advantage of it. Believe me,
okay.
if I had, I wouldn't be talking to you. I'd be saying, "Well, guy, bye bye trade ideas."
Exactly.
Okay,
Oh
Andy. Well, I
man.
better take off. I
All
take
right.
take my
Yes.
break
Yes.
now.
Enjoy your
So
break, buddy.
okay, thanks. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hello, everybody. Peppy, Perfect Circle, Aussie, Nick, and Knit. How's everybody doing today? Hi, Shaw. Welcome to the support webinar. My name is Andy. If we haven't met, and yeah, this is the place where you come. If you have any questions, just fire them away. Hello, Pep. Uh, and if not, we can obviously talk stocks. There's a lot to talk about in this market, that's for sure. Uh, hey, Aussie. uh, mate. I love that word. I wish we used mate over here. Well, when I try to use it, it just sounds like I'm trying to be an Aussie or something. Hey, Keyshores. uh, yeah, welcome to my desktop. Let's what a nice kind of breakout in Tesla today was on the Trader I video. If you guys watched it, I didn't add no ads, but this is one would like to add, but I just didn't feel like today was the day to do it. So I'll be looking for pullbacks maybe to add to make sure this is getting out of a trend. Okay, all we've done right now so far is broken through the 50. We're still be considered a downtrend, I think, until maybe you break above the 410 level. But uh, let's see if it can join the party. Uh, just going through some of the things I did, kind of loaded up on this ABTC uh, yesterday, just because I love the way it was setting up, pulled back, filled the gap, hadn't had a bar reversal in like 7 straight days. Actually disappointed in it. I thought it would have more ump to it, but hey, this may just be the start. I don't see anything to rush out of. Hive, I've been in for a while. I scalped out of most of that. You can see I was in from 223 down there. Microsoft, I hopped in today because I liked the way it responded yesterday after earnings. Uh, Actually held a little bit into earnings. Luckily, got out. Uh, got out almost all of it day of earnings. Had a little bit left over. Got stopped out yesterday, but I did like the way it put in that bottom until after hitting that 400 mark. So we'll see. Let's see. Talked about that. This DXYZ I've been in for a while. Uh, Path I just jumped in today. Tried it earlier, and Hassan. I like Hassan just because had a big volume bar right here. I happened to pull it up and see that volume bar and bought it. but it scalped out a half of it. But this is one that is doing decent volume today. Big short float. Might want to watch for another move above 7 on that one. But these have been dogs. And then when I saw that, a lot of times this path will kind of trade with. They're both kind of arc stocks, so I jumped in some path. Tried it a little too soon at one point. Got stopped out, and that's about it. I do still have some SYM and some Zebra. I decided what to take them off my P&L just because the spreads are so wide. I look down here all the time and I see like we go off the bid now. If you're long a stock, I'm trying to get them to change it to go to last print because it throws off a lot of my stocks when I'm so I decided just to pull those off. I don't like staring at them anyway. I mean, I have stops in there, so I don't even want to watch them really. But a little scare this morning in SYM for sure. May not be over, but so anyway, yeah. You guys see anything interesting? Be sure to let us all know. I'll do the same. I know it's had a big run and we're moving into Friday afternoon, but you never know. As a matter of fact, we may be a good day to run some races, just because there's a lot of euphoria in the market right now. And if I'm looking at these, I'm not looking at the ones really extended like that. I mean, even though it looks like it may want to go to another 10 cents, I'm looking for something that may just be kind of taken off. Yeah, I will do it a lot of times on my swing trades. Let's pull up one for example. Tesla's probably a good one, and maybe do an anchored VWAP from the low going back over here on this day and see where we're at. But yeah, that's I only do it if I think it's at a certain area. So gosh, I'm trying to remember where to pull it up on these. I don't use these browser charts to be honest with you. So there it is. So let's just put one back on Tesla here and there you have it. Not sure why it starts up there high like that, but you can see, look how it held that anchor VWAP at this level here. That's impressive. That's the power of the anchored VWAP, because there wasn't really any moving averages down there. So that's the way I do it. If I think it's at a certain area, try to find one. Maybe take a look at Microsoft from its low. I may have double clicked on it. Let me do it again. There it is. So that one is pretty much right at its 50. So you got a nice psychological $400 level. You got your 50 below that. You got your anchored VWAP down there. So some pretty good support down there on Microsoft around the 400 level. Qs are kind of that sign's going to come back on me. That's why these junk stocks, man. That's why you always got to pound out a half of them. And market does have a tendency in these webinars to sell off. Just that time of day, probably people taking profits, algos getting predatory. And there's the Asan pretty much all the way back. See if it can hold that level. I do like the way Bitcoin is hanging on today. We've typically, way before then, early in the morning, it starts to do that crushing, that squashing, we call it, uh, where it squashes early in the morning. Typically, it slides down, so it's holding up well today. So I got hope. I did take some off, and actually, my P&L's better than this. I had it was weird. I had a offer in some from in my trade anyway. I canceled my offer in my brokerage account, but I forgot to cancel it in my brokerage plus. And I woke up this morning and I was short. I bet, and I should have been long anyway. So I had to turn around and get back in it. So I'm actually in it from a much better price, guys. I'm in it from like way down here. And there's path being path. Thought this thing may have a little juice. Sometimes when the market has gone as far as it has, people start running to the junk stocks. Good morning, Jay. How are you? Bull daily setup looks good to you, Andy. What bull? I guess you're asking me which bull daily setup looks good. We can take a look at those in just a minute. Keyshore, Keyshores. Jay, yes. I mean, we definitely overextended, but what's the old saying? The market can stay overextended a lot longer than traders can stay solvent. So yeah, it's not a market I would want to fade by any means. But if you got some profits, like I've been banging out, some profits lately, for sure, you got to take them. But oh, I got you. Bull day. I got you. Oh, I didn't know what you were saying. Let's take a look real quick. Yeah, yeah. There you go. I can see there's your up move, and we've been going kind of sideways. The problem with these bull flag is they can flag for a long time. Like right here, a lot of people said probably thought it was going to go there, and you get these head fakes. So it's really tough. You almost have to put it at the upper end of that range, if you're looking to, uh, you know, otherwise you're just guessing. It's okay to nibble, but I never go like full in on a bull flag unless I have a lot of conviction for some reason. I'd be surprised if Hassan gave it up. It's doing good volume. It's above its 50 now. It's in the upper end of its monthly range there. But and it's got a lot of short fund. They're probably just shorting it again. Let's see if I missed a question. Okay, answer the anchor VWAP. Talked about the bull and the daily setup there. Let's pull up that daily setup. Probably a lot of them in there. This must be a different one. Let me check this out. Yeah, some of these uh, I got them configured a little bit different, and I probably should have saved them under a different name. That's the most recent one. Let me go back. Let's go back and pull up one a little bit older. Uh, oh, that's intraday. Yeah, it looks like these are my only daily ones. Let's go back to this one right here. Yeah, just not seeing a lot in mine. You probably got a different one. That's see, this is flagging on the daily and the intraday. Typical. There's your move higher and going sideways. Yeah, nice looking pattern there. But I mean, you could been looking at this thing at several, and trust me, I see them all the time when I'm doing my eye homework, and it's like, gosh, you just don't know. You never know when these things are going to go. They probably take that bull flag all the way into earnings. Just one AUDD from Barry Scans, kind of popping his little head up. Decided to jump into coin again today, but I actually bought a little bit yesterday and added to it today, thinking that if Bitcoin gets going, that was maybe the flush out yesterday because look at that bar right after it, So it got back above its 50. I said, well, I'll give it a little chance, nibble on some. Cliff coming through. Yeah, it's tough to chase anything on a Friday afternoon. High Roller Technologies. It's one to watch, maybe not today, but maybe on Monday. Get you a nice little go and then pause here and go for you momentum traders. Had a nice trade in SSRM this morning. I scalped it just because I don't trust these things, but I noticed yesterday that silver was moving higher now. Yeah, I should have. I just got stopped out of my last little bit of that. But yeah, I bought it pretty close to lows over here yesterday, just buying at the bottom close to the previous day's low because the silver was hanging on and this thing was kept bleeding, kept bleeding. I said, well, again. Then I added to it this morning and it just took that pop. But with silver, gold, I bet you that's something I should stay in, but it got me. Oh, sorry. Hope I didn't lose you. I bet it's bleeding a little bit, but gosh, I really have to believe this thing's gonna not give it all back like it likes to do. We are all lost, don't worry. Yeah. Easy to get lost in trading world, that's for sure. Yeah, that's a nice looking chart there. Semiconductor. Actually makes a little money. Not a whole lot of volume coming in. I just hate to chase that green bar, but one you might want to keep an eye on. Yeah, if it definitely gets above that high psychological $2 level. This DXYZ looks like it wants to. It's a big level, low float, pretty decent short. Take a look if it gets through there. You could get a quick move up here to 35 and some chain, 36 even maybe, real easy. That thing gets above that triple high there. GNTX, let's take a look. Raise guidance, huh? Hmm. There's the beam alert. Throw it back up there. Target getting a little pop. Oh, what was that? Oh, it's the Tesla. I'm sorry. I don't know why I thought that was Target. The sign's going to come all the way back to my entry. Needs to hold that. Snap coming through. And this thing disappoints every earnings report in the last 5 years. People get hopeful, kind of running it up into earnings and then get smashed. It's kind of breaking out though. I mean, on the daily chart and getting through currently where it's at, I mean, your next line of resistance is at least, 40 cents higher, 50 cents higher, maybe. And that's not even that significant. But as I look over here and my IBIT's trying to go to lows, that is frustrating. Tell you, if this thing gets jammed down, I'll probably buy back in some more since I've already banged out a lot of my profits. Getting back to that Gentex, huh? What sure not trading like something that raised guidance. Definitely reaching that oversold level. I mean, to me, I think the if I was going to take a shot at it, it would probably be about 20 cents lower, maybe right off this 20 period. I mean, the fundamentals look pretty good. You got you got great revenues, you got no debt. Yeah, sometimes that's just, I hate to use the term manipulation, but it's just a lot of these brokers or whatever that will try to shake everybody out of because I've seen patterns like this, and you're just befuddled that it had great earnings, raised guidance, and then it's been selling off, and then next thing you know, you give up on it, and 2 weeks later, you turn around, it's back at monthly highs. Not saying that's going to happen with this one, but I've seen it so many times before. I'm going to get this. I'm just going to put this on right there. If it gets back above that level, make it going. Tesla not pulling back for people. It's just going to keep grinding higher. Well, I tell you, you kind of got me tempted if that GNTX hits that 20 to nibble. It's only about 20 cents away, 17 cents away. Ooh, where'd that come from? Urban One. Oh, 200K in the float. 260K. Look at that. Well, look at that 1 minute volume. Average volume 9,000 shares a day. Hi, Stuart. I day trade and use stops on a 10-minute chart. It seems to happen more than often that not, let's see, than not that my stop is hit. Yeah, within a penny, then reverses. Yes, that's a common issue with day traders, and I learned way back when I was a day trader for a very long time. This started happening around 2007, 2008 because I could used to be able to do that, give myself, 10, 15 cent stops and be fine. And then all of a sudden, man, things start in that time frame started getting much more erratic. And uh, so what it was high frequency trading. When high frequency trading came about, and then things started really. That was their job to try to just whipsaw people in and out of their stops and things like that. That's how they make their money on those short time frames. So what I started doing, Stuart, back in the day, is just so let's say you're day trading, you're buying a stock, giving it a 10-cent stop, looking to make 30 cents to the upside or 20, whatever. Uh, I found myself, I said, okay, this is not working any longer. And what I did was I basically cut my size in half, started giving myself 25-cent stops, 20 to 25-cent stops, and just going for 40 to 50 cent, moves to the upside. Because I can promise you the same jolts and moves you're getting to the downside, you're getting those same to the upside as well. You just probably don't realize it at the time, but so that's what you have to do. You really do, because you know, I would switch to a 15-minute chart maybe, and uh, well, I may have misunderstood that. Okay, you said you're trading off of 10 minutes. What kind of stops are you using? Well, it doesn't really matter. What you're telling me there is you're getting out of potentially what were winning trades by getting, I call it penny whipped. You get penny whipped. They take you down to the exact penny, they get you out, and it turns. Uh, Regardless of your time frame and the chart you're using, you need to basically cut it in half and double it. That's fine, but trust me, they know those areas of resistance, and you almost got to think, outside the box, because they know where they can shake people out. So what you want to do is typically a lot of times what I do sometimes is I say, okay, if I buy this stock, where am I going to get stopped out at? And you'll find that level. Okay. Uh, and sometimes I'll do that instead of buying it now, I put a bid down at that level. That's when I was day trading. I don't do it so much anymore because I'm swing trading. Uh, I don't need pennies. Don't matter that much when you're swing trading. But uh, but regardless, you need to expand your stop. You need to be more liberal with your stops. And if you have to cut back your size to do that, then that's probably the best thing to do. And that's the thing. About day trading. You can always cut back your size and test things. So let's say you're used to playing 300 shares. Well, maybe you're going to test some theories and you just cut it back to 100 shares, 50 shares, whatever, to start testing. Uh, some of your strategies. But I can promise you, there's a lot of day traders uh, that have that same issue. because the people building these intraday algos to basically steal money from you, they know exactly the strategies that day traders have and where they need to take it to shake them out. So a lot of times, I mean, back when I was day trading, I what I start doing is, and this will help you. It'll help you with your emotions and everything. Try day trading without ever hitting a market bid. Never hitting a market. Okay. Only get in on the bid and only sell on the offer. Now, obviously, if you have good profits, you have a nice run and you're like can't get hit on the offer, just yeah, bang it. That's fine. Maybe selling it with profits is not such a bad idea, but try try only getting in your entries on a bid or if you're shorting on an offer. And you'll find you'll be a much better trader because the problem with a lot of day traders, it's already an emotional game. And if you're just sitting there jonesing and hitting market bids, looking for runs, try to sit back and be patient and get your price. You're welcome, Stuart. My pleasure. But here's the thing, and like I said, I day traded for 17 years. I mean, the most important part of the trade is the entry, and that's why I was successful. Uh, and finding setups. The key is finding good setups, and being early. Let's take this AMTX. Let's say you're watching this and you're sitting there stalking, and you're like, "Wow, this is about to go to highs." Well, you don't want to be the one chasing the candle up 12 cents and then buying it. Be the one that catches it at 321. Now you got a great price, and you can feed it to all the people that are chasing the green candles. Uh, but regardless of your time frame, whether you're a swing trader, whether you're investor or day trader, the most important part of a trade is the entry. If you have good entries, it's like I'm terrible at taking profits too quick. I'll be the first to admit, but I've been successful at it over the years because I have really good entries. I always wanted to hire somebody else to let me make the entries and then just hand it to them. Let them have access to my account and just manage the profits because uh, I mean I'll there's some stocks like this Tesla. I'll probably, let's say it gets up here to 400. It probably bang some out and I'll hold on to some of it, but uh, no, I really need to get better. It just like I botched Intel and Marvell. I had such good entries in those, made some good money, but I could have made so much more. But who would have thunk? I mean, these moves in the semis. But still, you don't. I should be holding a little of both of these still. No reason. Intel had earnings, but still, I didn't have that much left. And I still sold it for earnings. Okay, San held that 10 period moving average. Let's pull up because I'm seeing a lot of ARC stocks do have a good day, and they haven't. Most of them hadn't had a good day in a while. So watching this is not unusual for when you get these markets that are moving. You get people starting to look for the junk. PLTR is having a decent day. I wouldn't call that junk, but they have earnings next week. See, look at this DNA is another one. I think I saw Teladoc coming through earlier, which just had bad earnings, and yet look at that, gap down and fought back. So you have a lot of Zoom, of course, is not a junk stock. Roku's not a junk stock. Donkey Kong is a junk stock. I think that San with the big short interest has potential. Maybe not today, but watch that psychological $7 level. If it gets above it, you might get a nice short covering run. Could happen today. TDD's looks like it may want to go, but it tried over here and didn't do it. Path is definitely a junk. But anyway, you can keep an eye on those because they uh yeah, that's always a good steward is always trying to sell half and keep half. That's a great way to trade. Problem with me is I get it, I sell half and then it runs a little more, then I'll sell another quarter. Next thing you know, I just have a quarter left. And then I'm like, well, this is not very much, and then I sell it. But I can tell you, I know a lot of traders that have the same problem, and they're all very successful traders because they have good entries. I mean, even like I was showing you on that SSRM, I mean, even in a bad chart, if you have decent entries, and I'm not, afraid to buy. As a matter of fact, I bought Riot down here near almost like at 15, I think 1558, and I was really pissed because our software was saying that it had earnings see right there in pre-market, and I was like, "Gosh, I don't want to hold that much," and so I sold most of it, held a little bit, and the earnings weren't until the afternoon. So we had a little glitch there. Our data source did. The learning to swing, what's best advice to find those? When you say that find those good setups, I think what you're talking about. Well, I have, and I'll share it with you. I'm not sure if you're a subscriber, but I find most of mine on this my homework, my Trader Eye homework, and let me just load it, and then I'll share it. And I have configurations that set up these stocks that are looking. See, not most of them you're not going to find that are breaking out to all-time highs. A lot of them have pulled back and they're setting up again. And this is where I find stocks that potentially could have another move. Now, what I do, I don't really look at this during the day. What I do is I do my nightly homework, and I'll grab these and I'll go through every one of these and just take a look at them, and you just see that just a lot of stocks that are setting up. Let me get this out of the way for a second. That's where PubM, I missed it this morning, but uh, this was coming all through my scans, over the last 4 days. So I said, man, if this gets above 10, it's going to have a nice move. But a lot of times, if I see these, I'll take a little nibble, even before I do that a lot. I anticipate if they're setting up, uh, flagging like this, I may take even if it's a 20% position, just get it on my board, get it on my blotter, because, and if it, does pull back, it's not going to hurt me if it's a small position, but then I have eyes on it, and I don't have to look at it a lot. But this is a great little uh, roller. Could be setting up for a move. Failed there, but could make another attempt. Just put me a little alert right there. But anyway, this is uh okay, so you are looking at this. Okay. Are you talking about you look at my homework, or you just look at charts? Well, I see IBIT made it to lows on me. Anyway, I'll drop this in there in case anybody wants it. I know a lot of you guys have it. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to do that. Yeah, I mean, do your homework, look for those setups. Why not load that again? Put in price alerts, and sometimes I put in buy stops. Okay, if I really like it, and that's I don't do that often because you get a lot of head fakes in the first 15 minutes. They'll run your buy stop and then roll it over on you. Whew. And then always, obviously, always, have your eye on the market. Even you might be in a trade that looks good, and but you see like the sector may be rolling over, the market may be, like this Bitcoin right now. I'm in a lot of these Bitcoin stocks, and I definitely have one eye on the Bitcoin, but I don't think I really don't think it's going to give it. I've already, like I said, I've already taken some profits, so ooh, I got to sit down. Back starting to hurt me. Yeah, that ABTC came all the way back, huh? Yeah, you dog. I should have gotten this off of some up there at 22. But I was looking for a bigger move, and I still am. Let's take a look in these final hours at or final minutes we have here at Bitcoin. See what we have. Definitely have. This is a 15 minutes chart. Definitely has some support down at this level. See if that can hold. Well, let's just go to a 4-hour chart here, because this thing does like to breathe lately. It's not the Bitcoin of old, not the Bitcoin before we had ETFs. Uh, Seems like it's more of in turtle mode. It just doesn't move. You don't get those crazy moves like you used to. But let's hope this one does. I don't want to bleed all the way back down for my sake. And take a look at the daily one last. So it's definitely, I didn't like it breaking the daily trend right there. Let me zoom in. I'll show you. That was a nice little daily trend it has, and then of course it broke it. Now it's kind of regained it, and now I got to start drawing more lines. But yeah, I mean, it's still in a nice little uptrend since it bottomed out, but it's just taking its time. You say it's taking its time, but in reality, I guess it's probably up about 25, 30%. Sound, that thing, just so frustrating. It's like this is what I thought it would do right over here. It was actually, I think it was like one of maybe the top one pick on my. It never triggered, but it just opened up. Yeah, it's not shake out all the people playing that bull flag right there, and then goes. Oh, this is Monday after the close. This may be one to watch. People may be wanting to jump in this thing before earnings after its huge pullback. Maybe not today, but maybe SoFi coming through. Uh, Oh, there's that U1. Dang, I better get off there before I do something stupid. No, no, Jay, I don't. I'm not. Now, if I see something that is like ripping or something like that, of course I'll look at the news of the stocks I'm in. I'll look at that news every morning, but or every evening, whatever. But I don't. Uh, I'm not looking around for news just to like trade the stock. I'm more of a technical guy, and if I see something technically that excites me, and maybe seeing something, yeah, I'll like to know kind of maybe what it is. But I don't like to dig deep into it and try to figure out what a stock should be doing. I just let the price action dictate. USAR. Now, USAR is another one, man. This thing was setting up right there. I mean, just a beautiful. It was on the list, the trader eye right there, and you see this all the time. People just got. Then the next day, kind of like that sound it goes. So always keep them on the radar. Just like that Pub M was. Surprised it's not actually moving better. It's only 38 million in the float, but if you're watching it over here and it doesn't go, it doesn't go. Just always keep them on the keep a each morning or something. Put a price alert in there, and because it may not go when you want it to go, and it may like sell off real hard. Then what you do is you like give up on it, kind of like that sound hound. You just uh, you give up on it, and then what happens is it goes to your level 3 days later and doesn't stop. Oh, funny, perfect circle. All right, getting close to the top of the hour here. Oh, seeing some tiger come through the race. Hmm. Is China even doing anything today? No. Just running right smack into some moving averages. There goes Sound. Just won another race. Hmm. I try and not to play stocks like in the middle of a range, but that PLTR is tempting. But this one used to be a little darling back over here, and then boy, since that bad earnings day right there, it's just been a dog. Oh, Barry's probably in this U1.
Barry is not in the U1. But I'm
Uh,
watching it. I'm watching it.
yeah,
We've seen this one in the past, almost years ago. But yeah,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
I just maintain it's, people say, wow, man, I missed out on that AIOS. What's
yeah,
another one? Well, look at the float. I mean, crazy floats.
yeah.
You remember the days, Andy, when
Oh, yeah.
20 million was a low float.
Oh, of course.
And then we're thinking, okay, 10 million is a lot. Now we're getting all these sub 1 million. I mean, I don't know.
Yep.
But it gives us
Uh,
trading vehicles, and that's all that matters, I guess.
that's true. Yeah, very
Yeah.
true. That's all a man needs
That's all a man needs. That and a good
for
beer.
training vehicles. That's right.
All right, Andy. Well,
All
listen,
right,
have a
buddy.
great weekend.
Yeah, you
And
do the same.
you're probably doing double duty next week, I
I'll do
think. I
double
think
duty next
yeah,
week. I sure
you'll.
will. Yep.
Okay, so we'll
Looking
see you
forward to it.
Tuesday.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
Barry. Have a good one,
Okay,
man.
thanks, Andy. Okay,
Bye-bye. Bye,
bye-bye.
everybody. Have a good one.
Okay, guys, I think I'm back in both rooms now. And just let me get my music going. And FDA came up, got approval for their breast cancer treatment for ARVN. So this just got halted. However, well, I don't know how much we can believe this. There's the halt for ARVN at 2027. This is not giving us any idea about where it could open. Oh, excuse me, William. You know, you should always tell me. Yeah. Well, you always tell me every time that trade ideas. Yeah. Okay. So now it's, but it has not. It is not starting to trade yet. Okay. Now you won, guys. You won. So I'm just talking to Andy. He was wondering if I were in this one. So you won. We used to see this one quite a bit years ago, it seems. So what makes this kind of interesting is look at the float, 260,000 for people who's missed out on AKAN, missed out on AIOS. They may be looking at this one, going, look at this low, low, low float. Probably no news. Sure, there's no news. Yeah, no news. Now this U1K, I guess it's some kind of a subset of it. Open at 105. Okay, let's take a look. Where could it open? It got halted at what price? Down here at 1027. So it did get halted at 1027. Yeah, this is not really telling us anything. 727, 1248. I mean, my guess based on the news is you would think it's going to open above the halt price. Yeah, I mean there are shorts available, but yeah. Comes in now 104, yeah, 104 plus 30 seconds. So 30 seconds from now, open. It should open anyway. I'm going to keep it up here. I want to see, check that bid ask or check that column. My guess is that's going to open above 1027, but okay, we've got 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, and 1. If it's going to, yeah, there it is. So open a little bit above it, a little bit above it. Not a huge amount, but it did open above it. All right, what's the high up here? And the float is it's 53 million, so it's not low, it's not high, but it's certainly not low. And William saying Arvin likely has enough cash to bring the drug to market. Wow, so they got enough cash on hand. So So I guess we don't have to expect a secondary raising money. Well, I've got a price alert up at the high here, and on the daily chart, that's 1147 on the daily. That's the next high after we get through that high, if we do. And then the next high after that is around 12. So, oh, okay, guys. Here's another one that's challenging the VWAP. Tree is challenging the VWAP. It's a earnings play, a lending tree. It's challenging the VWAP. Will it get blocked? It's weak stock. It's a weak stock. 17 down. It's down 17% on earnings. Broke down through the VWAP, curling up. Will the VWAP act as resistance again? The VWAP is 41.47. Okay, so it's still quite a bit below. Well, it's about 30 cents below. Talking about the tree. Don't like the spread. I'm just looking now. 40.70, 41.13. Don't like the spread, so I'm going to forget about it. I was looking to short that one if the VWAP continued to reject it, but don't like the spread. Well, all these crazy, stupid little stocks that just go nuts on absolutely no news. And then you get some, well, looks like fairly positive news or ARVN, and it just basically sells off. I mean, it's possible it's going to bunch of money to take it to market. And but anyway, it is crazy the way all this works, can work. Had it been 500,000 in the float, it would probably be at $100 now. Okay, guys. So I have about 50 minutes left. I'm leaving right at 2 o'clock. Okay, so Obi, I don't know if you want to keep it open afterwards. Just let me know. Okay, if you're hearing me, just let me know. You're going to keep it open afterwards, otherwise I'll shut it down at 2. Okay, well, until then, one last look at my homepage for the week and all the information you can get from it, including scans, etc., things that I'm sharing. Okay, now I'm pretty sure this is it. Okay, but you can still get 30% off. If you're willing to take out a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off. You can get 25% off the first month only of a premium subscription by using the 25 Barry code. And you can get 15% off the first month only of a standard subscription or the entire year. Okay. So these two codes are still working. At least they were working about a couple of hours ago. I'll ask if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my codes. or my code, whatever plan you decide to take. I moderate two trading rooms, the YouTube room and the main room. And here's the main room right here called the trading room. So in YouTube, you can always come into this room. This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. He does that. I don't live in Vancouver. Too early for me. So, so if you're looking for coming into a room that has some interaction with other traders during the pre-market, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, right here, and it's free. I get on the mic, both rooms, sometime between 9 and 9:15 Eastern time. And I go to two today. Definitely, I'm cutting out of two. There's no, I have something I have to do, so I have to cut out two. Sometimes Obi will keep the room open after I've left, but yeah, I don't know what he's going to do today. I guess is no. It's a Friday, so why would he? Taking out a subscription or thinking about it. You click on my homepage link, scroll down, education section right here. First thing you do, getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started covering the key ingredients of the program. Okay, it's a software program. There is a learning curve like any other software program. What we've tried to do here, though, in the 12 short videos, is give you, just cover the key elements quickly, easily. If you don't have the program, though, that's what I would do. I would start off that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. And monthly subscriptions are just that, month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series, 15 of them, of videos for those of you who are new to trading. Okay, called Back to Basics. A lot. For Steve, I forgot to mention his trade of the week. So go back to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right there. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You'll get an email outlining potential entry, potential stop, how you trade it, if you trade it. Of course, it's completely up to you, but it's free. So now, if you're looking for my scans, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. Now, they're all technically all scans. These are two races, the large cap race, the volatile race over here. These are scans, okay? These are just competing scans in the upside versus downside mover. These are just two competing scans, competing in that they both have similar filters, but then show me the stocks with those filters in place, making new highs of the day, green, versus the ones making new lows of the day, red. Okay, these are all real-time alerts. And let's see, pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes is down here. And four other scans that I'm currently sharing, the momentum scan, gap scan, Pepe combo scan. I do have this one up and running, the up down 25 cents, the Williams scan. I have that up and running. But you can ask me questions about the scans, anything else trade idea related, other than accounting issues. I cannot help those, but I can direct you to the people who can. I'll give you an email, and you can just contact accounting if you're having an issue. Okay. Yeah, and he was mentioning the SOUN. I had the nice pop at the beginning of the day, then the dip, and then the break through the VWAP, another move down to the VWAP, and then look out for one of these AI plays. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I will. This turned out to be a dog, didn't it? The LABT. I mean, this is such a big one in the pre-market, going crazy in the pre-market. Had some news and all, but market open and there's nothing. Ooh, this Q has been all over the place, really. How much in the float? Oh, that's why I forgot. It's a very low float, 4 million in the float. That's why. That's why it can be very, very jumpy. Now, look who's resting. Look who's resting, guys, just over the VWAP, and that is AIOS. So if the volume comes back and it maybe takes out 30, it's not that far from 30. I know you're giving up a couple of dollars, but the fact that it is still hanging over the VWAP is a pretty good sign. Now, if it takes out the VWAP, crashes down below it, all bets are off, of course, but holding over the VWAP and maybe bursting through 30 could get it running for one last run for the day. Other one hanging around the VWAP, guys, MRAM, hanging around the VWAP. That's the line. When it broke down through it, going to pop up through it again, maybe, or will that be rejection? Remember, it had earnings yesterday. Good. The reaction was very good. I guess Obi puts me on mute or something for a while. I hate bugging him, but all right, guys. Let's see. Sophie had earnings a couple of days ago. Not good at all. But as we speak, above the high of 2 days ago, that was this earnings release. Closed right at the bottom of the day. But at least now it's above the high there. So the next high looking left is 1888. If Sophie is going to continue to recover, there is a void. Okay, let me. Okay, the Arvin is trying, maybe, but it just didn't seem to have the great reaction after it came out of the news halt with seemingly good news. Okay, guys. Yeah, just not seeing much right now. The AIOS though, I mean, it is just hanging for a stock that has been so active, just hanging over the VWAP. What is the VWAP, the actual number? I'm going to put a price alert just underneath. Takes that out. That probably would be it for the day. Oh boy, the Q. Trend is up, but boy, it can be very choppy and it can just get yanked. But the high today is 36, so it's getting closer, a little over $1 away from that high. Well, here's another one just hanging around the VWAP at TLIH, just hanging around. Okay, this is not up. I got another one that did a reverse split. Really? Did they do another one? I don't know if Obi's around. Anybody? Because we've got them up 1,400%. There's no way. Something happened here, which I don't know. It looks like it's a reverse split, but the float was already so low. Was another reverse split? What was the? So our provider doesn't have it here. Maybe it is. Oh yeah, it is here. Okay, it's up 50%. So it's just our charts that are wrong. Our charts are wrong because so that is the float. Obi, I've been asking, are you going to hang around after I leave, or you want me to shut down when I leave? I'm leaving at 2, right at 2 o'clock. So 1 for 10. So okay, yeah, that makes sense then. Just divide that percentage up by 10. Well, like Q, guys, I mean, it's almost at the high now, 35.22, almost at the high of the day, which is around 36. All right. Okay. Obi, thank you. So, Obi, we'll keep the room open 45 minutes after I leave. Thank you. Just, thanks for letting me know. That's all I. Okay. Wow. Look at the queue, guys. The queue now. High of the day. Queue high of the day. Not in it, but the queue is at the high of the day now. Briefly, anyway. Well, I'd hate to short this ARVN, but I mean, as William says, it's a cancer drug, but I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't. There's the VWAP, hanging on the VWAP right now. Doesn't look good now for the iOS. Let me just starting to make a little jog down to that VWAP, guys. It takes that VWAP out in a big way. That's probably it. Another one that just, playing around with the VWAP here, MRAM. Now, what? Why did I have an alert for court? CORT. Let's see. Why did I have an alert for court? And the reason is, okay, that's the high last month or 2 months ago, I guess. 5040, 5040. So we're right there. That's right. I was saying, well, you can look at it on the weekly or the monthly chart, but here's the weekly chart. That's right. We're saying, okay, if I can get over, I didn't think, well, I wasn't sure what happened today, but look at the void, potential void fill. I mean, the next high in a weekly chart is $83. The stock's at 50. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but it certainly has the room. Yeah, so this court, it could be interesting next week. Obviously, something happened here. It could have been I mean, this is an earnings by today for it, and it's reacting well. Possible, yeah, it probably was an earnings play. It's about 3 months ago. So remember, every 3 months. So it's about 3 months ago, I guess. No, a little longer, but something happened here this week. Well, it's amazing. And look at this. I mean, it's for a stock that's so volatile, it's still hanging on to the VWAP. Okay, still hanging on to the VWAP, AIO, but there's no volume. You see, you need some volume. You need like a volume bar like that. Just get some volume and pop it through. Meanwhile, Q, probably just not winning another race. Little $5 run on the 5 minute chart. This one is shortable for me. It gets a little too parabolic, though I'm leaving. I'm literally leaving in 25 minutes, right at 2 o'clock on the button. Are you familiar with the Cinderella fairy tale? Not quite the same thing. On Monday, I may concentrate a little bit more on these stocks that are hanging around the VWAP, as long as they've got good relative volume. So it's not like they're dying. Um, though the volume is, it's just the volume is just, dwindles in the afternoon. Of course, it's a Friday afternoon. I guess that has something to do with it, but they are kind of interesting to look at. Might be a little more interesting in the morning than in the afternoon when, things are just I mean, some of these things will just sit here for the rest of the day. All right, ENVB guys on the move again. This psychedelic play is on the move again, breaking over yesterday's high. Next high looking left, 569. Volume, some volume coming in. Not a lot of volume. I mean, only 380. I mean, it stands out here, but the actual volume is not that much. The volume bars are standing out though, but again, not a lot of volume. Look at the doji on a 5 minute chart for right now. If I get it up quickly for Q, look at that. A high here, almost right in the middle. I think you were looking at this one earlier, William, for a bounce, right? NMIH. Who is your broker, Doodle Dum, in our YouTube room that you can short, AKAN? Who is your broker? Most of us cannot short, AKAN. Talking to Doodle Dum in our YouTube room. Boy, this is, I mean, it is hugging. It's still at that VWAP. Little pop, also a little bit of volume coming into AIOS, a little bit of volume coming in. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Pepe. Okay, guys. Well, we have a challenge of 30 now for AIOS. Hermes, I thought you were taking some time off. I thought I read something about you were taking some time off yesterday. Yeah, look at Q. I mean, these are tough. I mean, from 38 down to 34 in a couple of minutes. Goodness. Well, you can come in here, just don't trade. It sounds like you might have taken a little flyer at AKAN. NRXS. Let's take a look at this one just over the whole number of 8. Let's see what it's doing. Well, holding the VWAP. Not a lot of volume. Yeah, not a lot of volume. See, this is what I'm talking about. A stock gets a little parabolic, and then you get trade. Well, it depends where you took the trade, but I mean, you get traders out there saying, "Okay, I better get off some," and then that begats more selling, etc. That's why it's much easier if it's a nice, orderly little trade. Following a wave up with a narrow wave, but easier to keep in a trade. You don't get people as anxious to take profit. Wow, that looks like, yeah, that AKA, and this definitely looks like the end of it. Well, certainly for today, but you never know. Monday morning, wake up 100. But seriously, no, that is, look at that crash down below the VWAP. Contrast that with the AOAS, AIOS. What is the high here? The high is actually 34 something. Okay. All right, guys, 1:48. Again, I may take off a little even earlier than 2. Any questions? Any last week questions? You know what I'm going to be doing though? Certainly on Monday morning, I'm going to check to see if there's any crazy low float stock under a million shares that has had a little pop in the pre market. And we might have to follow that one all day long also. You can just sort of see what's happening. AKAN, people are fleeing this one and maybe putting their money in the other one, in the AIOS. The risk takers out there. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. I haven't seen this one all day, guys, and because it's been under a dollar, I guess. But STEX just popping above a dollar now. How about a saved scan? What does that mean, Prez? Yeah, there's not many brokers out there that are going to allow shorting of AKAN. You know, if you've got Centerpoint, Cobra, maybe Trade Zero, perhaps, but most brokers that I know of anyway, though William might tell me that maybe E-Trade or Fidelity does have shorts available for AKAN. Well, pretty simple to do. All you have to do is take my, if you go to my homepage, I'll show you how you can do it yourself. Go to my homepage, go to the scan section, okay? View the scans, take a look at the pre-market actives up, okay? Pre-market actives up. I'm not gonna do it because, I mean, I'm gonna be able to see them, but anyway, but yeah, if you really wanna do it, file, load from cloud. So here it is. Here's my pre-market actives up as a top list. Anyway, so you could take this and just add the float, okay? Right click, configure. I don't have float in here at all. Search and float. Let's go add a filter, max 1 million. Okay. And then the change from the close. I don't know why I have this RSI here. It's, I have no idea. Change from the close, I'll make it 10. So there you go. Okay, so now you got a low up 10%. I mean, 10,000 shares. It'll be trading way more than that. The value is no more than 1. I don't think so. 1 million, I meant to say. Okay, 1 million shares, no more than 1 million shares. So there you go. But you can do that yourself. Not an alert. No, you want to see them in the pre-market. It's you don't really want to see alerts. I would just want to see the stocks that are meeting the requirements in the pre-market. That's all. I mean, that's all I do in the pre-market. The pre-market has nothing to do with alerts. It's just show me the stocks. Show me the stocks that are meeting the requirements. Whether they're making a new high or a new low, or doesn't really matter. What you just want to see them. Boy, another beautiful one, guys. This is another earnings play. I mean, I know I saw this one early, but look at this beautiful, beautiful trend for 5N, FIVN. Beautiful. Only time you would have taken some off is right here. You know, a little bit of if you're down here and you're riding it, riding it, riding it, and right there we had a little piercing of the wave, but you don't take everything off. And then you take some off and then you hold on and then you're rewarded. Now, it could have kept going down, of course, but that's how to use the wave, though. Just, I mean, keep in the trade as long as you can, as long as the wave is on your side. Hey guys, I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to take off right now. 150, about 158. So I'm going to cheat a little bit. Thanks for all the help all week long, guys. Obi says he'll keep the room open until 2:45. So YouTubers, I have to shut you down. Actually, I don't have to shut. Well, I have to shut you down. But if you still want to go to the other room, you can do so. It will be open until 2:45. So here is the my homepage link. So sitting in YouTube, if you still want to have interaction with other traders until 2:45, click on my homepage link. Okay, and scroll down to where you see trading room. It's free. Okay, so I'm shutting down YouTube right now.